Get back! Get back! Get back!
Hey, what's his name? Hey, that dude ain't no shit. Hey, we got that man. Somebody, you're a bitch, man. You're a fucking bitch.
You got no right to put your hands on anyone. No right.
Fucking bitches.
Not today, not tomorrow. One day, these are all things. Bring her back, please. Is there anybody that's hearing this? Bring her back, please. Is there any agent who can hear? Is there any agent who has the decency here?
No, because if they did, they wouldn't be doing this job. Know what you signed up for. Know what you signed up for. None of this. Everybody just throw me out one of the ground. They got here in this country, Vietnam, Air Force, for these motherfuckers. My grandfather served on the USS Kitty Hawk for these dumbass motherfuckers. Because I'm doing something. What happened? Once again, here we are.
Good morning. I'd like to start again this morning extending sympathies to Renee Good's wife and child, to the rest of the family. Deepest sympathies on an unimaginable tragedy and the horror of the last 24 hours. Also a deep thank you to Minnesotans and those across the country. I understand a fund has been set up to support Renee's 6-year-old child and wife. Other things being done. I would encourage Minnesotans and folks across the country in this moment. You're seeing neighborliness and kindness rise to the occasion. Is go and find out what they're doing there and give some help if you can. I'd also say last night we saw Minnesotans meet the moment once again. Thousands of Minnesotans demonstrated last night peacefully. They shared a message about the reckless ICE mobilization is not keeping us safe and led to the tragedy that the world witnessed once again. To Minnesota, I say thank you. There's strength in numbers, there's power in peace, and what we saw was a beautiful vigil to a life that we're starting to learn more about. And I will let those that want to push out false narratives, to slander or defame Renee Good, Minnesotans will tell her life story. Minnesotans will be there to defend her honor and see this as a human being, not a moment in time or the callous casualness that I've watched some people on TV gloss over what they saw. We've also spent a lot of time talking last 24 hours about accountability. That means no function of government operates with impunity. It means when someone's in a position of authority and they commit any act that impacts our people, there has to be another place to turn to get justice, checks and balances. Basic idea, the center of the formation of our country. It's the only measure that protects us from the abuse of government or federal overreach or tyrannical government. Yesterday, the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, the BCA, spent the day yesterday attempting to get that accountability to participate in the investigation. And I just want to make this as clear as possible to everyone. Minnesota must be part of this investigation. These are nonpartisan career professionals that have spent years building the trust of the community. There's a BCA Force Investigations Unit that was created by the legislature, by the people of Minnesota, to provide an independent, consistent, and trusted mechanism for investigating the use of force incidents involving law enforcement officers. Minnesota has seen our share of these. And what you've seen is, and I have witnessed it during my time, that these professionals have risen to the moment. They are trusted by people. People who are not by inclination trusting of law enforcement or government have come to see the professionals at the BCA as true arbitrators that can get them justice. The unit is the result of years of scrutiny, public engagement, and bipartisan legislative action. Minnesotans have made it clear time and again they expect transparency through this process where a police officer uses deadly force. The BCA, Superintendent Evans, have earned that trust by delivering on that expectation. I think it's clear to everyone as they saw this that it feels now that Minnesota has been taken out of the investigation. It feels very, very difficult that we will get a fair outcome. And I say that only because people in positions of power have already passed judgment, from the president to the vice president to Kristi Noem, have stood and told you things that are verifiably false, verifiably inaccurate. They have determined the character of a 37-year-old mom that they didn't even don't know. They've determined that the actions are done. I don't know. I've not used inflammatory terms of what happened. I've asked us to find the answers. The only way we find the answers is a thorough investigation by nonpartisan professionals. We've delivered that. We've been able to do it. We've earned the trust. And when I say that, the trust of BCA, and I tell Minnesotans the trust of law enforcement here. Everyone knows, globally, certainly here, that George Floyd, who was murdered a few blocks from this site, tore at the soul of who we were. But we healed. We built back trust. Chief Brian O'Hara came in and took one of the most difficult jobs in America of building back trust in the police force in Minneapolis after Derek Chauvin murdered George Floyd. And he's earned that. And he's level. And he's fair. And he's asking for that. And so, Minnesotans, I will continue to press that we be part of the investigation, that we do the investigation, so that Minnesotans can trust what the outcome is. I don't have a predetermined notion. Yes, I saw the video. Yes, I saw that. But a thorough investigation will see what happened before that. It will take all factors in, and it will come up with a fair and just conclusion. And we will accept that. Very, very difficult for Minnesotans to think in any way this is going to be fair when Kristi Noem was judge, jury, and basically executioner yesterday. That's very, very difficult to think that they were going to be fair. With that being said, Minnesotans, we've risen to the occasion so far, but it's going to get challenging. It's going to be challenging because I feel your anger. The human desire to lash out in this moment is very real. I can tell you that that is the wish of many people, that they fulfill the wish they want to see us turn on one another, turn towards violence rather than peaceful reconciliation, rather than peaceful civil disobedience. And we have to do our best to not play into that. I say this too when I saw yesterday some of the anger, whether it's Minneapolis Police, Minnesota State Patrol, Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, Minnesota National Guard. They are there to protect and serve, as it said. They are there to protect Minnesotans. Throwing your anger at them only inflames this situation. And I know some of you were up at the Whipple building this morning, and to the press who are here, I saw some of this myself. Thank you.
Call 1-800
Continue to have access to every single space. Continue to cover this story. Continue to show the world what's out there. I will say it where our president won't. The press are the defenders of our democracy. You need to be there. But I also tell folks, protect our Minnesotans who are out there and don't turn the anger to them. This is a brazen use of force. They want us to bend the knee. They want us to capitulate. The way we give them what they want is that these are violent protests. And I also witnessed what I think is going to be a pattern over the next few days and the coming hours, is I saw an individual show up there with the intent to antagonize folks who were peacefully protesting, with a bullhorn to scream at them. And again, the desire to move on that individual is exactly what they want, because our respect for the First Amendment means we will expect and respect
Central Fire
all
Marshal
opinions.
6.
If this individual is there expressing support for ICE,
23.
that's their constitutional right to do so,
12:39.
and they need to be protected. Don't allow that to be a catalyst to create violence. We believe in states' rights. We believe the federal government needs to stay out of this. We believe that the situation has gotten worse and less safe because of their presence. And I will just say there were two incidents yesterday I saw after this that just tore at my soul. I saw an individual at the scene identify themselves as medical personnel, a physician, and asked to provide aid, and an ICE agent said, "I do not care." That lack of humanity was chilling to me. And after this incident happened, and after the tensions rose, ICE agents entered a Minnesota school, causing disruptions at that school. I can't say this strongly enough as governor, as a parent, as a teacher. To our elected representatives, Democrats and Republicans, I beg you, I implore you to tell them to stay out of our schools. This tragedy will be magnified 100-fold if this fight moves into the hallways of our public schools amongst our youth. And they're watching us. They're watching us now, how we respond. So I've got a few simple asks. Let us, the professionals, handle this on Minnesota soil, this investigation. De-escalate this situation by removing yourselves from this situation with these 2,000 agents that were put here. And above all else, stay out of our schools. I'd like to ask you to care, but that might be a step too far for some people. But I know Minnesotans care. So we'll protest peacefully. We will win in courts. We will certainly win in the defense of our democracy, because the American people see what's happening here. But the way that we don't win and the way that we lose, if this turns towards violence and allows them to escalate, it cannot happen. So I ask the grass top leaders out there, the faith leaders, the folks who are on the streets, and in many times the true leaders are not the elected officials. They're the folks on the ground. I beg you, implore you, follow those words of the leaders we've had. I had the privilege of serving with John Lewis. And John talked about good trouble. I'm not telling you not to find good trouble. But I asked John many times, I said, "John, I don't know if I'd have your self-restraint. Didn't you want to lash out?" He said, "Yes, daily." But he said, "I wanted to win this. I wanted to do what right, and I wanted justice to prevail. And to do that, I knew the only way was to not get away with the crime." So to each and every one of you, we're not going to win this through violence. We're going to win it through justice. We're going to win it through compassion. We're going to win it through Minnesota Nice, and we're going to win it by holding every one of these people accountable as they should for what we've seen on the streets of Minneapolis. With that, I'm going to turn to Commissioner Jacobson to give you a situation update.
Thank you, Governor. Again, I'm Bob Jacobson, and it is my honor to serve as the Commissioner of Public Safety. First of all, again, I want to express my sincere condolences to the loved ones of Renee Nicole Good. Someone has lost their life, and that is not something that is taken lightly. Minnesotans came out yesterday to express their grief, their frustration, and their anger at this terrible tragedy. I expect that they will continue to come out today. And I want to thank everyone who demonstrated peacefully. This helped honor Renee's memory and gave her family space to mourn. Minnesota's residents and visitors have the right to demonstrate and to exercise their First Amendment rights. I want to remind everyone that there are safe ways to do so. Our goal is to reduce tensions, to avoid conflict, and to maintain a calm environment. As I mentioned yesterday, we recommend the following safe and lawful ways to demonstrate. Please get together peacefully with others in public areas where pedestrians are allowed. March or walk together in pedestrian areas, please, not on the roadways. Make your voice heard through chants, speeches, and displaying signs. There are a few things I just want to mention very quickly that are unsafe. Because as always, our top priority is public safety, and we cannot allow behaviors that create hazards, threaten public safety, or disrupt emergency services or endanger people nearby. That would include certainly demonstrating on the freeway, walking on highways, throwing objects, setting things on fire, property damage, graffiti, fireworks, illegal weapons, reckless and dangerous driving, or assaultive or aggressive behavior. I know that we all want more definitive answers about that fatal shooting that occurred yesterday. And as we are able to get those answers and dispel rumors and false information, then we can rightfully honor Renee's memory and help her family, loved ones, and our community heal. With that, I'll turn it back to Governor Walz and maybe a few questions.
Please. Esme? I have not. As I said yesterday, I did speak to Secretary Noem and received a lot of talking points. I will note that I asked Secretary Noem how she would have felt if President Biden had sent 2,000 troops into Rapid City, South Dakota, and she said she would have welcomed them. I leave that for the folks of South Dakota to determine. I've not spoken to the president. I would ask him, first of all, the goal here is to make America safe, is what he said. There is no verifiable evidence that any of this is making America safer. I would ask him to de-escalate in the moment, to allow Minnesotans to back up and grieve, to allow this investigation to be played out by the rule of law. I said it again, I have not passed any judgment on this. And to please, whatever it is, leave Minnesota alone. Earlier this week, I don't know if it was if something he wanted or I've already made it clear. I'm exiting the stage here in a year. But I told him I have a year to continue to do what I love dearly and what I believe I've been good at, making Minnesota a better place to live. The number of calls we got today of parents asking if they should send their kids to school or not. Minneapolis had to make what I believe was the absolute correct decision to cancel school. We have students out of learning today. I would just ask him, I'm not talking anything about border security. I'm not talking anything about what he needs to do on that. None of this is accomplishing either his mission or making us any safer. So just give us a pause. Let us breathe. Look, we're exhausted. We're exhausted as Minnesotans. We're exhausted as Americans. And this relentless assault on Minnesota, for whatever reason, is just cruel now. It has reached cruelness. So please, just give us a break. And if it's me, you're already getting what you want. But leave my people alone. Leave our state alone. And look again and see what's happening. It's not me saying it. You're hearing it from many, many others. So that's what I would say.
Is there anything stopping state and local law enforcement from conducting an independent investigation to this, even if the federal government does not want to have you have a joint investigation?
So, great question. We have asked for cooperation from the federal government. We were invited in to do a joint investigation on this initially. We continue to work with the federal government all the time on joint investigations. This is not something new, whether it be with the FBI or other federal law enforcement agencies, so we are accustomed to doing joint investigations. As the governor has mentioned, our force investigative unit within the BCA has a stellar reputation for doing quality investigations, for finding the answers to the questions that people have. There are so many questions out there that I know the public has from watching what's been shown on social media and regular media. And the goal for me would be to provide an investigation, preferably in tandem with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, because we work with them all the time, and they are in, they do have all the evidence in the original investigative notes and reports. We have none of that. They have shared none of that with us. We would welcome the opportunity to jump back in, to do that investigation, use our high-quality investigators from the BCA to be able to do that with them, to find the answers that the public deserves. Without any of that information, or without any of that assistance from the FBI or the federal government, we would be at a loss to be able to initiate and conduct a thorough investigation. For us to be able to do that, it would be extremely difficult, if not impossible, without cooperation from the federal government.
How difficult would it be to file state charges without the cooperation of the FBI?
To be able to file state charges, we would need, again, a full investigation, which would include the opportunity to have been at the crime scene, to have had the opportunity to take a look at all the video and evidence that the FBI would have in their possession. I don't make any prejudgments about what happened yesterday. We can all see what we want to see on the videos and what we have seen in the media. That doesn't mean that none of us, I will not, as a public safety professional, jump to any conclusions as to who is at fault in this. What I will say, though, is that unless we do that thorough investigation, unless we have access to all of that evidence, unless we have access to the agents that were involved in that, to any witnesses, without any of that, we would not be able to put together a quality investigation for any prosecutor to be able to make a determination as to whether or not someone should be charged with a crime.
I'm going to note on this, too, that no one less than Tom Holman yesterday said it would be unprofessional to pass judgment ahead of time. Now, the disconnect between what Tom Holman said and Kristi Noem said needs to be rectified by the federal government. I will note, too, this is a question I asked, not being an attorney of my team, and it will go to the family, that there will certainly be civil cases filed on this, and those will be filed in Minnesota court and be held in court. Corn?
What is standard operating procedure when a federal agent of any kind in Minnesota shot and killed somebody, a civilian? Are you usually involved? Is there usually a joint investigation?
Generally, if there is any investigation involving use by a federal officer, generally the federal government, federal officials will lead that investigation. We have participated in numerous investigations in the past. It is very infrequent where there's a use of force by law enforcement officer, federal law enforcement officer, but we have worked jointly and shared information in previous investigations.
I'd like to say, I'm gonna add on this. I'm gonna say, if you truly wanted to de-escalate this situation, the logical conclusion would be to follow that procedure and allow Minnesota to participate. And that's where we started yesterday, and it's one of the reasons I came out here, and I'm not going to criticize that because that was the proper process, and I'm going to have to talk to Minnesotans to try, and it's a very difficult task. I think we all know what can happen here, to calmly wait until all the facts come out. I think you in this room are seeing the gravity of this situation by not allowing Minnesota to participate, and the prejudgment that's already been made by leadership creates a very, very dangerous situation. And that's why, once again, I'm going to reiterate to our federal partners, simply let us be part of this. Use our professional folks. They will gain you the credibility and the trust of Minnesotans to believe the work that you're doing is honest, and it's not just a whitewash to backfill a predeceived notion. All right, so I got 10.
That the state can do to put in additional protection around schools or to allow for additional e-learning days for these situations?
Yeah, it's interesting, Dana, that you would ask that. We were just, as we were coming in here, discussing someone asked about that, and they mentioned Ruby Bridges and the Little Rock folks about escorting people in. We have not determined that yet, but it is a situation that we're going to have to explore. As I said again, the thing that cut me deeply was watching what happened in our schools and the chaos, and I was on with Commissioner Jett this morning as he's talking to folks from St. Cloud to Duluth about what they think about today. Should we be in classes today and tomorrow in those schools, or does it pose a potential risk? And so we're trying to figure that out. I think many of the things and the lessons we learned during COVID is local communities and local schools being able to make some of these decisions in the long run probably gets us better outcomes, but we are deeply concerned with that. I'm going to come back as soon as we get any more information from all of you. We'll be in front of you again. I will reiterate, and many of you know my wife Gwen, the First Lady, is an English and literature teacher, and we were talking about some of this, and she got asked the question, and it was when will all of this end? And what Gwen said, it will end when enough people say it will end, and I think that is sage advice. And then I couldn't help but thinking, and it scares me a little bit. I heard those words. We remembered, many of us in here in sophomore, and we read it, that the party told you to reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. It was their final, most important directive. It certainly feels like that in this moment, and so I want Minnesotans to not believe that I'm telling you not to be angry, not to be scared, not to be feeling a little bit hopeless in this moment. But I would also say this, and I saw it last night, I saw it during George Floyd, I've seen it throughout our history. When things looked really bleak, it was Minnesota's first that held that line for the nation on that July 3rd, 1863. And I think now we may be in that moment, that the nation's looking to us to hold the line on democracy, to hold the line on decency, to hold the line on accountability, and more than that, to rise up as neighbors and simply say, we can look out for one another. We can have differences, but we've proved to the world going on 250 years that our democracy could hold. It feels to me like we're at one of those inflection points, that simply asking our government to give us accountability, listen to local leaders, ratchet down the rhetoric, let people feel safe in their person, and let's let our kids go to school without fear. Let's let our kids go to school knowing that tomorrow could be a little better day. And so we're going to work on that. I'll leave you with this, and I'm not sure when we'll get in front of you next, but to Minnesotans, again, just one last time, don't give them what they want. Don't give them the unrest that they want. Don't give in to allowing them to bring more folks in here. Don't allow them to expand this somewhere else. Rise up, wrap your arms around your neighbors, peacefully express your First Amendment and your constitutional rights, and let's start healing, get some answers, and move Minnesota
for an
forward. Thank you.
83-year-old female constant breathing whose tachycardic, her heart rate is 271, somewhere 1256. Copy. 1256.
104, Divisional South Hospital, 90 miles, 29.3.
Not 1256.
For arrival to destination, 3.8.
1257.
Well, you know, I'm gonna excuse myself from your spot.
Central 546, coming up. Go ahead. Good morning. Service 001. Clear, have a good shift.
Except that the same agent had some good history with fire ants and other things.
Well, that would suggest that they know who it is.
Yeah, I mean, they know who it is, they just don't want to say it. You know.
7097. Sure. Clear. 3915 for a fraud report. $39.15. 34, you can come next to me. Clear. 39.15, you calling? Yes, sir. 34 is going to take the fraud report. Okay, thank you. Central 1298 is clear last. Clear.
Good afternoon.
Four 768 for a road hazard, Tyrone Township. Go ahead. Southbound US 23 north, the center for a ladder in the left lane. Getting multiple calls on it. Alright.
Was that 103? An identity crisis. Clear.
Community action, community organization will never be defeated.
Just to let y'all know, there's a party on Cheetos. Thank y'all.
Did you say it's anywhere near as big as this?
Yeah, don't shoot. There's also one on the press about the bridge across 100 every week.
How do you guys wear masks?
This is the most confrontational.
Be yourself.
So we are here every fucking week since July.
Oh, wow.
Right there.
They're over there.
Right there. It's,
They're finally doing their job.
I'll tell you do it. My voice is scratching. All right, well, I'll do the first.
Oh, you want me? Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Click.
Yep, just click it. I'm gonna make you.
Hey, can everybody hear me?
Yeah. Look at him. Look at Bobby Hill, you guys.
I don't know if you all know, but we have been protesting here every single fucking week since July. Do you want to do this every week?
Yes!
What?
Yes!
Okay, write this shit down.
Who have gathered together across faith traditions are standing with the rest of Minnesotans saying not again. We have three demands in this moment. One, that the ICE officer who shot Renee Good must be arrested, charged, and prosecuted. Federal badges do not put anyone above the law. That also means that the FBI must release the evidence to Minnesota law enforcement so that they can actually investigate. The second demand, ICE must immediately cease its surge in operations in the state of Minnesota. ICE has proven itself to be a reckless, incompetent, and incapable completely of respecting human dignity or human rights or the Constitution. And so they must leave the state. The third demand is that we call on Minnesota's congressional delegation and the United States Congress. This is your job. I'll say it again. This is your job. Oversight is not optional. Oversight is not optional. Step in and investigate. Hold DHS, Kristi Noem accountable so that we don't lose another life. Every person listening, I encourage you to contact your congressional leadership and let them know that ICE has no place here. Let them know that this must be investigated and prosecuted. Let them know that the FBI must release the information to the BCA here in Minnesota so that they can do an investigation without federal impediment. All of our faith traditions here represent love and compassion and justice and peace. And we come not just in peace, but demanding it. And to demand peace. In the scriptures it says, peace, peace, when there is no peace. Amen. To demand peace means that you must demand justice. That means that ICE needs to go. As people of faith, we stand together. As people of faith here, we stand together. We stand here with community. We stand here because we know that when violence happens, we cannot be silent. When our neighbors are hunted, we do not hide. We organize. And so Renee Good stood for her neighbors. We now will stand for her. We call the public to join us. Clergy and community together until accountability is real, until justice is real and visible, and Minnesota is free from this terror. Can you all hear me clearly? Yes. All right, I am going to now introduce our next speaker.
My name is Martha Bardwell. I serve as lead pastor at Our Savior's Lutheran Church right here in South Minneapolis. And today, I am feeling heartbroken for our community here in Minneapolis and for our nation as a whole. Right here on this block, children who attend my church catch the bus every morning for school. And yesterday, their bus stop became a scene of terror.
Centers on the Air Patrol Information Special Attention at Marion Township, northbound D19 from Coon Lane. We're a dark gray hatchback, possibly a Ford passing on a no passing, partial plate of Edward X-Wave Boy 1311.
Go home! We do not want you here! Protesters, we're all headed to the parking lot to regroup and leave residents for safety. We'll be back!
I want to give you a sense of your number. Take control of this road, but there are still hundreds of protesters.
Line that was done. Part 2 was supposed
Central 47198, I'll be out at the court.
Arrival 1313.
Netanyahu said the region has become a dangerous mix of criminal and security threats. He's promised a national effort to restore law and order. ILTV's India Neftali has the details. India?
Yes, Emily, the Prime Minister is calling the situation in the Negev out of control. Netanyahu visited southern Israel yesterday, where he toured the region alongside senior ministers and security officials. There, he laid out what he described as a national plan to reassert state governance in the Negev. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu toured the Negev yesterday with Defense Minister Israel Katz, National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir, and senior officials from the police, Shin Bet, and the IDF. During the visit, Netanyahu warned that criminal activity and security threats in the Negev have merged into a single front. He cited tens of thousands of illegal weapons, widespread arms smuggling, and drone activity crossing Israel's borders. A prime minister said a large-scale police operation is already underway and stressed that the government is determined to get it under control. Netanyahu received operational briefings from security forces, including updates on efforts to seize illegal weapons and disrupt smuggling routes. He also reviewed a developing 5-year government plan focused on expanding settlement and infrastructure development along Israel's southern borders, including the Nitzana area near Egypt.
אנחנו באים להחזיר את הנגב למדינת ישראל. זה אומר התיישבות בקנה מידה שלא הכרנו. זה אומר הסדרה גם לתושבים הבדואים, אבל זה אומר בראש ובראשונה החזרת חוק וסדר.
Netanyahu said the plan combines 3 major pillars: expanding settlement, regulating Bedouin communities, and restoring governments through enforcement. Defense Minister Israel Katz described strengthening the Negev as a strategic defense priority, not only for Israel's borders, but for its civilian home front. National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir said police and security forces will continue operating in the region as long as necessary to restore safety and state authority. Prime Minister Netanyahu sent a clear message that bringing the Negev back under control is now being treated as both a security mission and a national priority. Netanyahu said the effort will require sustained law enforcement, long-term planning, and a stronger state presence in Israel's south. Back to you, Emily.
All right, thank you, India, for that update. Now, Israel is moving to a new era of border defense. Israel's aerospace industries has completed high-level demonstrations of a first-of-its-kind integrated system designed to protect Israel's borders against multi-dimensional threats. ILTV's Steve Leibowitz has the details.
Israel Aerospace Industries completed successful demonstrations of a new systemic solution to defend Israel's borders in both routine and emergency scenarios. The demonstrations were presented to defense and political leaders and showcased advanced technologies developed for Israel's operational needs. The fully integrated end-to-end border defense system is capable of detecting, tracking, and neutralizing threats on land, air, and sea. The system relies on real-time intelligence from multiple sensors and platforms, including space, all fused into a single operational picture. That intelligence links directly to lethal response capabilities, enabling rapid and sometimes autonomous action. IAI says the system shortens response times from detection to neutralization, managed by a central mission system using advanced AI to coordinate all components in real time. A key element demonstrated was autonomous aerial and ground platforms operating together under one command with a small number of operators providing remote oversight, a breakthrough in modern border warfare. Among the capabilities shown, an all-weather intelligence drone with miniaturized SAR radar, a vertical takeoff and landing drone with reconnaissance and strike abilities, and a light aircraft designed specifically for border defense missions. Israel faces unique security challenges as a small country with complex borders and multidimensional threats. IAI says the system neutralizes dangers as far from Israeli territory as possible while minimizing risk to soldiers on the ground.
Well, the trend of nations, large and small, moving their embassies to Jerusalem is continuing. Samoa is now reportedly set to open an embassy in Jerusalem this year, another diplomatic win for Israel and a growing trend among Pacific nations. Samoan Prime Minister Schmidt announced that his foreign ministry will begin preparations to open an official mission in Jerusalem in 2026, speaking to Christian leaders with the flags of Samoa and Israel behind him. The move follows similar decisions by Fiji and Papua New Guinea, highlighting faith-based diplomacy. Samoa, a predominantly Christian nation of about 22,000 people, has maintained relations with Israel since 1972, cooperating in areas like health, agriculture, technology, and energy. The Israeli embassy in Wellington, New Zealand, currently handles relations with the Pacific nation. In a significant milestone for Israel's global Aliyah efforts, Nefesh B'Nefesh, in partnership with Israel's ministries of Aliyah and Integration, Health, and the Negev, Galilee, and National Resilience, and in cooperation with the Jewish Agency for Israel, hosted the first ever MedX events in Canada, alongside Nefesh B'Nefesh's signature NBN on Tour programming. Let's hear what some of those attendees had to say about this incredibly unique opportunity.
MedX has officially made its way to Canada. Following the MedX events in Australia, Argentina, the US, England, and France, these events, which are part of IMAP, the International Medical Aliyah Program, is continuing and expanding its efforts to bring physicians and medical professionals to their new home in Israel.
We are very, very excited. The International Medical Aliyah Program is spreading across the globe, and we have finally made it to Canada. And it's just incredible to see the crowds of individuals who are coming out, expressing their interest in making Aliyah, and to see just the number of medical professionals. We have almost close to 100 medical professionals who are interested, expressing their interest of moving to Israel and moving their careers and their professionalism and their ideology and wanting to rebuild and strengthen the medical infrastructure in Israel.
So how does MedX address two urgent needs all at once? Israel's healthcare system is facing a critical shortage of medical professionals, while many only with medical backgrounds need guidance and support to take the courageous step of making Aliyah. MedX Canada bridges that gap, providing real-time, efficient assistance to medical professionals throughout the Aliyah process. These events have already helped hundreds make the move.
And as we start to ask ourselves, what does the next chapter of our life look like now that our kids have gone off to university? The idea of moving to Israel and having a life in Israel is something that appeals to us. And naturally, we'd want to do that as professionals in Israel. And so we're trying to contemplate what does it look like to move our practice to a new country. So hopefully today's conference is going to teach us about that and demystify some of the aspects of having a life in Israel as a professional.
For Elon and Robin, the journey ahead comes with answers and essential support when it matters most.
MedX has been incredible.
I went to their event in New York and they processed all my documents. And then actually last week I flew to Israel and took my licensing exam for physiotherapy. So God willing, by the time I arrive in Israel, I'll actually have my license ready to go, can hit the ground running, can start working. So they've been incredible, super helpful. Any glitches that came up, they right away had an easy access to the right people and they dealt with it.
Some attendees aren't just focused on starting their careers in Israel, they're also eager to come home and finally be part of the Israeli society.
The most important thing in life is community, and being surrounded by like-minded people, people who see the world the same way as you do and make you feel like a part of something greater. And my people are in Israel.
Working and practicing and helping the Jewish people, and certainly from a health perspective, giving them our best that we could possibly do, I would love to do that.
I feel the pull of the need for living in Israel and being part of the society. I'm past the age when I can do army service, but I think there's other service you can do to help Israel rebuild itself.
As interest in Aliyah grows, the IMAP program is as crucial as ever. With the focus on the medical world, MedX offers a brand new opportunity of integration and comprehensive support.
Now, it's been quite some time since Israelis have seen reasonable airfares and flight options, but all that is set to change for the year 2026. Let's go now to ILTV's Devo Klein to break this down. So, Devo, you have some good news for Israeli travelers, I hear.
Yes, Emily, that is right. We have a few additions for this upcoming year, but probably the biggest news of them all for Israelis right now is that Arkia Airlines have launched the first ever direct flight from Tel Aviv to Hanoi, Vietnam. This is major news for Israelis who we know absolutely love Southeast Asia. And now they actually don't need to succumb to the LL monopoly. They actually have a reasonably priced direct flight as another option. But that's actually not all. See, budget airline Wizz Air are expanding their flight to Tel Aviv with brand new locations now on the map, like the Balkans, the UAE, Morocco, and others. Now, what does all this news mean? Well, more options means increased competition, which also leads to lower airfares, which is so crucial in Israel right now, particularly to Europe and the Eastern Mediterranean. But what about the transatlantic lines? Well, Delta Airlines is restoring direct flights from Atlanta and Boston, with the Boston route returning only in October 2026, while ITA Airways is resuming 2 daily flights from Rome to Tel Aviv, reestablishing a key European gateway. Now, Emily, you got to take this news with a grain of salt because some airlines are still suspended as of this very moment. Prices for flights are still astronomically high, and Israeli tourism is still very much down. So while we have amazing news on the horizon, we will have to wait patiently to receive all these new routes and options. But for now, Emily, it's looking pretty good for Israelis. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Devo, for that. We'll continue to keep you updated on the flights coming in and out of Israel. But for now, let's take a look at the weather forecast. Cloudy skies are expected around most of the country tonight, with temperatures reaching lows of 14 degrees Celsius or 57 degrees Fahrenheit. Then tomorrow, we'll see clear skies alongside steady temperatures, seeing highs of 16 degrees Celsius or 62 degrees Fahrenheit.
65. Good. Getting home in Grand River. Oh, scratch that. Still going. Edward. Tom, Nora, 8644. She's not stopping, but I think it's an elderly issue.
Clear, not stopping. He's still rolling on Grand River?
Yeah, we're still westbound. Coming up to Barnard. Looks like we're probably going to stop.
Clear, 6036, you're on flight, so.
No, I'm good. I don't need bounce.
Clear.
You dickless piece of fucking...
7, you can clear me from my stop and put me back in my hazard, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. Let me be clear. President Trump and his entire administration stand fully behind the heroic men and women of ICE and will always uphold law and order in the United States of America. The deadly incident that took place in Minnesota yesterday occurred as a result of a larger, sinister, left-wing movement that has spread across our country, where our brave men and women of federal law enforcement are under organized attack. Right now, immigration and customs enforcement officers are facing a 1,200% increase in assaults, a 3,200% increase in vehicle rammings, and an 8,000% increase in death threats. ICE agents are faithfully enforcing federal law to protect the safety of the American people by removing criminal illegal aliens from our country, which is exactly what nearly 80 million Americans elected President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance to do. Radicals in the Democrat Party are furious over this. They don't want our border secured or criminal illegal aliens being removed. As a result, Democrats are impeding immigration enforcement operations daily, creating extremely heightened and dangerous circumstances that make it nearly impossible for the men and women of law enforcement to simply do their jobs. Democrats are calling to defund federal law enforcement agencies who are protecting public safety. And Democrats are calling to abolish ICE and defund the police. That will never be allowed to happen under this president and vice president. The Trump administration will redouble our efforts to get the worst of the worst, criminal illegal alien killers, rapists, and pedophiles off of American streets. The Department of Homeland Security will continue to operate on the ground in Minnesota, not only to remove criminal illegal aliens, but also to continue conducting door-to-door investigations of the rampant fraud that has taken place in the state under the failed and corrupt leadership of Democrat Governor Tim Walz. Taxpayers have been ripped off to the tune of billions of dollars in this one state alone, and that is going to end, and people are going to be held accountable. The Trump administration has activated thousands of federal agents, doubled the number of U.S. attorneys in the DOJ office in Minneapolis, and surged resources to hold fraudsters accountable and demand justice for law-abiding American taxpayers and citizens across our country. And that's what brings the Vice President out here with me today to discuss all the Trump administration is doing and to make an additional important announcement on this front. So please, Mr. Vice President, you'll be joining us next.
Caller's the elderly mother concerned for her daughter saying to text. Check that.
Great. Well, good afternoon, everybody. And I want to echo some of what Carolyn said about what we're doing to combat the rampant fraud that exists in our immigration system, thanks to failed politicians and thanks to people who allowed the American taxpayer to be taken advantage of for far too long. I think it's important to understand why this matters to the American people. I am a father of 3 young kids, a lot of kids, a lot of people in my generation. What is that going on there? Is that normal? Okay. CNN installed this broken camera just to throw me off my game, but it's not going to work. So here's the simple fact here. If you're a young parent struggling to afford childcare in the United States of America, there are programs that we have to make it easier for your kids to get in daycare, for your kids to get in preschool. Those programs should go to American citizens, not be defrauded by Somali immigrants and others. Make it hard for you to get the access to the resources you need. But number 2, making it easier for people who shouldn't even be in this country to fleece the United States and our taxpayers to begin with. We have actually activated a major interagency task force to make it possible to get to the heart of this fraud. We have Department of Agriculture resources that are focused on SNAP fraud so that people who need food benefits can get them, but illegal aliens and other fraudsters don't. We have over 1,500 subpoenas the Department of Justice has issued to get to the heart of the fraud ring. We've done almost 100 indictments, mostly Somali immigrants, but also a few others. And of course, we're looking in with broad investigatory authority to a number of the instances of wrongdoing that we've seen in Minneapolis. But we also want to expand this. We know that the fraud isn't just happening in Minneapolis, it's also happening in states like Ohio. It's happening in states like California. And so what we're doing in order to help coordinate this remarkable interagency effort from the Trump administration, but also to make sure that we prosecute the bad guys and do it as swiftly and efficiently as possible, is we are creating a new Assistant Attorney General position who will have nationwide jurisdiction over the issue of fraud. Now, of course, that person's efforts will start and focus primarily in Minnesota, but it is going to be a nationwide effort because, unfortunately, the American people have been defrauded in a very nationwide way. I want to thank a couple of people for their cooperation, in particular Pam Bondi, our Attorney General. First of all, for getting a lot of resources to Minneapolis to start to investigate and prosecute this fraud, really at an industrial scale. We've never seen fraud like this in the history of our country. Pam has been doing a great job to get the resources there to uncover it. But importantly, Creating a job like this often takes months, sometimes even longer. When we realized that we needed this Associate Attorney General position, Pam got this person up and running in about a week. We're going to make the nomination hopefully in the next few days. We'll obviously let you guys know who that is when we do it. I've talked to Senate Majority Leader John Thune, who has promised me swift confirmation for this official, but this is the person who is going to make sure that we stop defrauding the American people. And here's one final thing I'll say about this. I've heard a lot of people say that we need a special counsel to investigate fraud in the United States of America. I actually agree, and that's what this position does. It has all the benefits, all the resources, all the authority of a special counsel, but with two crucial differences. Number one, it will be run out of the White House under the supervision of me and the President of the United States. And number two, it's actually constitutionally legitimate. As you guys may know, the special counsel statute has some major constitutional questions. When we get the bad guys, we want to make sure we get them permanently and they don't have some legal technicality they can get out of, which is why we set it up as an Associate Attorney General. I'll take some questions, but I want to make just one final observation here. When I was actually walking out here, somebody sent me a photo of a CNN headline about what happened in Minneapolis. And this is the headline. I'm just going to read it. Outrage after ICE officer kills U.S. citizen in Minneapolis. Well, that's one way to put it, and that is the way that many people in the corporate media have put this attack over the last 24 hours. And I say attack very, very intentionally, because this was an attack on federal law enforcement. This was an attack on law and order. This was an attack on the American people. The way that the media, by and large, has reported this story has been an absolute disgrace, and it puts our law enforcement officers at risk every single day. What that headline leaves out is the fact that that very ICE officer nearly had his life ended, dragged by a car 6 months ago, 33 stitches in his leg. So you think maybe he's a little bit sensitive about somebody ramming him with an automobile? What that headline leaves out is that that woman was there to interfere with a legitimate law enforcement operation in the United States of America. What that headline leaves out is that that woman is part of a broader left-wing network to attack, to dox, to assault, and to make it impossible for our ICE officers to do their job. If the media wants to tell the truth, they ought to tell the truth that a group of left-wing radicals have been working tirelessly, sometimes using domestic terror techniques to try to make it impossible for the President of the United States to do what the American people elected him to do, which is enforce our immigration laws. The President stands with ICE. I stand with ICE. We stand with all of our law enforcement officers. And part of that is recognizing that you people in the media, not everybody in this room, but many people in this room have been lying about this attack. She was trying to ram this guy with her car. He shot back. He defended himself. He's already been seriously wounded in law enforcement operations before, and everybody who's been repeating the lie that this is some innocent woman who was out for a drive in Minneapolis when a law enforcement officer shot at her, you should be ashamed of yourselves. Every single one of you. Questions?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I wanted to read a quote from Tim Walz earlier today.
I'll get her back in line.
Things looked bleak. It was Minnesota's first that held the line for the nation on July 3rd, 1863, and I think we may be in that moment now. Can you comment on his rhetoric and Mayor Jacob Frey and whether they want to see unrest?
Well, that's very tough rhetoric from a guy who just quit because his fraudulent activities have been uncovered. Look, Tim Walz is a joke. His entire administration has been a joke. The idea that he's some sort of freedom fighter, he's not. He's a guy who has enabled fraud and maybe, in fact, has participated in fraud. That's what this new Assistant Attorney General position is going to find out. I don't care what Tim Walz says. I care about getting to the bottom of this fraud for the American people, and I care about enforcing the nation's immigration laws. That's what we're going to stay focused on.
Unrelated question here. I mean, Democrats have accused ICE of murder. They've said they're targeting Americans. They've told ICE to get the F out of Minnesota. This is going to stoke the fire against ICE agents, and you're talking about ICE agents right now and being concerned about them. What, if anything, is the administration going to do to make sure these folks are protected during these protests? But also, should DHS sort of revisit their procedures here? I mean, nobody wants to see an American killed. Are there changes that need to be made to make sure something like this doesn't happen again?
Look, first of all, of course, nobody wants an American citizen to be killed. This is absolutely a tragedy. But it's a tragedy of the making of the far left. They have radicalized a very small segment of the population, taught them that ICE agents are engaging in wide-scale violation of people's rights. What our ICE officers are doing is deporting the millions of criminal aliens that were let in during the Biden administration. So number one, we have to say, as a matter of leadership, and I would appreciate if the Democrats would join me on this, let's be honest about the fact that we have way too many illegal aliens in this country. Our ICE officers should be supported in doing their job. You're trying to actually marshal the far left lunatic fringe to engage in doxing, to try to make it impossible for them to enforce the law, and in some cases actually to engage in acts of domestic terrorism against our law enforcement officers. When you talk about different plans, different protocols, different policies, I forget exactly how you asked the question. Here's the simple fact. What we're going to do is make it easier for the American People's Administration to enforce the American People's law. And that means that Democrats have to stop rallying the mob against legitimate law enforcement operations, and that means that we are going to get tougher, and that's what this AAG position is about. We're going to get tougher at the people who are defrauding the United States by inciting violence against our law enforcement officers. That's one of the things that we're going to do. We've already started that work at the Department of Justice, but we're going to keep on doing it, and this new AAG position is going to kick that into high gear.
Vice President Vance, you just suggested that this woman who was killed, Renee Good, is part of a broader left-wing network. Who do you think is behind this broader left-wing network?
Well, it's one of the things we're going to have to figure out, but here's the way that I put it. When somebody throws a brick at an ICE agent, or somebody tries to run over an ICE agent, who paid for the brick? And who told protesters to show up and engage in violent activity against our law enforcement officers? You see, just with this most recent terrible incident in Minneapolis, you see friends of this woman's or other people who are eyewitnesses saying basically that she was there to engage in obstruction of a legitimate law enforcement operation. How did she get there? How did she learn about this? There's an entire network, and frankly, some of the media are participating in it, that is trying to incite violence against our law enforcement officers. It's ridiculous, it's preposterous, and part of our investigatory work is getting to the bottom of it. Who's funding it, who's supporting it, who's cheerleading it, and of course, if there's illegal activity related to that, we're going to get to the bottom of that and prosecute it where we can.
Vice President, thank you for taking questions today. Is there a risk with you describing her as a deranged leftist, talking about very specific facts of these events, when an investigation is just beginning? Are you preempting a thorough investigation by drawing such conclusions? And have you received any information?
No further information provided by our caller, but we're trying to get her victim on the line now.
That has informed your point of view.
Well, first of all, the Department of Justice is going to investigate this. The Department of Homeland Security is already investigating this. But the simple fact is, what you see is what you get in this case. You have a woman who is trying to obstruct a legitimate law enforcement operation. Nobody debates that. You have a woman who aimed her car at a law enforcement officer and pressed on the accelerator. Nobody debates that. I can believe that her death is a tragedy, while also recognizing that it's a tragedy of her own making and a tragedy of the far left who has marshaled an entire movement, a lunatic fringe, against our law enforcement officers. I think what is clearly happening here, and it's going to keep on happening unless the Democrats wake up and say, you know what, you don't have to agree with our immigration policies. You don't have to agree with what the president or the vice president believe about immigration enforcement, but why don't you take this to the ballot box? Why don't you vote? Why don't you organize? Instead, what some of them are doing is encouraging people to get violent with our law enforcement officials. It's disgraceful, and it's got to stop.
Just to follow up on that question, and again, thank you for taking questions, Mr. Vice President. There's clearly a lot of emotion in Minnesota, across the country, over this incident. You're calling Renee Good a deranged leftist. There's been heated rhetoric that we've also heard from officials. What responsibility do you and the president have to diffuse some of the tension that we are seeing play out in Minnesota, bring down the temperature as this investigation is unfolding?
What we have a responsibility to do is to protect the people who are enforcing the law and protect the country writ large. Whether you're Democrat or Republican, you deserve to have the people's laws enforced in the United States of America. Now, again, I'm not happy that this woman lost her life. I'm not happy that this woman was there at a protest violating the law by interfering with a law enforcement action. I think that we can all recognize that the best way to turn down the temperature is to tell people to take their concerns about immigration policy to the ballot box. Stop assaulting and stop inciting violence against our law enforcement officers. That's the best way to take down the temperature. And we're not going to give in to terrorism on this. And that's exactly what's happening. people trying to antagonize, to commit acts of violence. They throw bricks at them. Sometimes they shoot at them. Sometimes they dox them. Sometimes they go to their place of residence and harass their families. This is classic terrorism. And we cannot say that when a far left fringe is inciting violence against our brave law enforcement officials, that we're no longer going to enforce the law. That's rewarding the very people who are engaged in this garbage. The actual reward that they just got is a new assistant attorney general who is going to prosecute and investigate this stuff even more aggressively than before. Yeah.
Thanks for taking my question. So the head of Minnesota's investigation said that the U.S. Attorney's Office has essentially cut off the state investigations agency's access to the investigation. What is the precedent for that, and why shouldn't the Minnesota officials on the ground have access and evidence to work on this investigation?
First of all, I wish the state officials in Minnesota would investigate why you have so many people who are using their vehicles and other means to actually interfere with a legitimate law enforcement operation. The precedent here is very simple. You have a federal law enforcement official engaging in federal law enforcement action. That's a federal issue. That guy is protected by absolute immunity. He was doing his job. The idea that Tim Walsh and a bunch of radicals in Minneapolis are going to go after and make this guy's life miserable because he was doing the job that he was asked to do is preposterous. The unprecedented thing is the idea that a local official can actually prosecute a federal official with absolute immunity. I've never seen anything like that. It would get tossed out by a judge. So what I'd like Minnesota to focus on is the real issue, that they're encouraging people. Minneapolis officials are encouraging people to commit violence against ICE officials. It's ridiculous. It's got to stop. Go ahead.
Mr. President, thank you. You said earlier that there's a left-wing network to attack, to dox, to assault, and make it impossible for ICE officers to do their job. You told my colleague just now that there's an investigation going on into that network.
Yep.
So if everything that you say is true,
for a fall. 11188 Barbara Lane, 1188 Barbara Lane across Marshall.
Well, being part of the network doesn't justify being shot, but ramming an ICE officer with your car, that's what justifies being shot. It's not a good thing, by the way, but when you force somebody to engage in self-defense, it's almost a preposterous question. I'm not saying that funding some of this stuff justifies capital punishment. Nobody would suggest that. The reason this woman is dead is because she tried to ram somebody with her car and that guy acted in self-defense. That is why she lost her life, and that is the tragedy. Now, there may be other violations of the law and other penalties that are associated with those violations of the law. For example, if you are funding violence against our law enforcement officers, I'm not a prosecutor. My guess is that's not the sort of thing that earns capital punishment, but it should sure as hell earn you a few years in prison if you're funding the effort to try to assault our law enforcement officers. What is, I'm sorry guys, what's going on here? You guys are meant to report the truth. How have you let yourself become agents of propaganda of a radical fringe that's making it harder for us to enforce our laws? You just asked me a question that presumed that the reason why this woman died is because she was engaged in legitimate protest. She tried to run somebody over with her car, and the guy defended himself when that happened. Next question.
The investigation is still ongoing.
I said next question.
Presumably watched the video yourself. There's not the slightest doubt in your mind, having viewed it, that the victim, you still believe that she deliberately tried to ram him despite seeing this video?
Look, I don't know what is in a person's heart or in a person's head, and obviously we're not going to get the chance to ask this woman what was going on. What I am certain of is that she violated the law. What I'm certain of is that officer had every reason to think that he was under very serious threat for injury or in fact, his life. What I'm certain of is that she accelerated in a way where she ran into the guy. I don't know what was in her heart and what was in her head, but I know that she violated the law, and I know that officer was acting in self-defense. It raises an interesting point, though. Look, if people want to say that we should have a legitimate debate about what was she really doing, right? Was she panicking when she drove into this officer, or was she actually trying to ram him? That's a reasonable conversation. What's not reasonable is for so many of you to plaster all over the media that this was an innocent woman and that the ICE agent committed murder, which is what many of you have said explicitly and some of you have said implicitly. That's what I have an objection to. The idea that this was not justified is absurd, and I think everybody knows it in their heart. Yeah.
Mr. Vice President,
In the green jacket.
Taking down the temperature, it seems like political violence is ratcheting up and riots could be around the corner. What steps does the administration have planned to try to unite America? Average people on both political sides are so tired of fighting with each other, and I think all the journalists in this room could agree with me that we don't want to be part of the problem. Do you have any words to unite America?
You know, I know you don't want to be a part of the problem, and I think that's true of a lot of you. I'm not sure it's true for everybody, because the reporting over this has been one of the biggest scandals I've ever seen in media. I've never seen a case so misrepresented and misreported when you have a guy who was defending himself and is now being treated as some sort of federal assassin by so many of the people in this room. First of all, let me say about crime. You mentioned violence. One of the things we're proudest about is that you saw violent crime over the last year drop by 20%. Why is that drop by 20%? Is it because we're attacking our law enforcement officers, or is it because we in the administration are empowering our law enforcement officers to enforce the law? I think that's one of the ways you take down the temperature, is you make people feel more secure and safe in their person and property. That's why we care so much about protecting our law enforcement, because it accrues to the benefit of the entire national community. I think that we can absolutely talk about the ways in which, you know, we can lower the temperature by discussing differences in a reasonable and rational way. Again, I'm happy to talk with any congressional Democrat or any of you about our immigration policy, about why I think it's necessary, about why I think it's in the best interest of the country, about why the President of the United States was elected to actually enforce the border for the first time in at least 4 years. So here's the problem. That's not the debate so many people are having. They are actively covering for people who are committing acts of violence against federal law enforcement. It is preposterous. The way to take down the temperature is to stop it. Have your debates about policy. Attack me. Attack the President of the United States. Don't attack our law enforcement officers. They are trying to do the job the American people demanded that they do. They are not policy actors. They are enforcing the law. They should be treated with a modicum of dignity and respect. And the fact that they're not is why incidents like yesterday happened. The one final point I'll make about this is, look, there's a part of me that feels very, very sad for this woman, not just because she lost her life, but because I think she is a victim of left-wing ideology. What young mother shows up and decides they're going to throw their car in front of ICE officers who are enforcing legitimate law? You've got to be a little brainwashed to get to that point to where you're willing, not just to protest, that's fine, not peacefully protest, but throw your vehicle in front of legitimate law enforcement officers and drive your car into them. To get to that point, you have to be, I think, radicalized in a very, very sad way. I certainly wish that she hadn't got there. I know there's an ICE officer right now who very much wishes he was not put in the position where he had to fire a gun to defend his own life. Yeah.
Resume normal traffic.
Vice President, what's your message, following up on that, what's your message to the leaders in Minnesota, the governor of Minnesota, the mayor of Minneapolis, to calm down the situation on the ground, on the streets? What's your message also to those protesters who saw that video in a completely different way than you saw that video?
Well, first of all, I think if you watch every angle of that video, there is one angle where if you squint, you can maybe tell yourself that it's not clear what happened. But when you look at all angles of that video, it is very clear that her vehicle went right for the guy. She actually collided with him, and then that's, of course, when he fired his shots. That's obvious, okay? So what I'd say to the protesters is, by all means, protest peacefully, but make this about ideas. Make this about disagreement with our policy. Don't use your protest as a justification or an encouragement for people to go and incite violence and participate in violence against our law enforcement officials. To the people on the ground in Minneapolis, meaning the local officials in Minneapolis from Tim Walsall down, I'd say, look, why can't you just disagree with a given piece of immigration policy without turning law enforcement into the enemy? And think about, for example, a criminal law where a police officer goes and arrests somebody because they violated a criminal law. If you're mad about that, go and protest the politician who passed that law. Don't attack the police officer who's just doing their job. We had a wide open border under Joe Biden. I happen to think it's a good thing the President of the United States has closed it down. If you think that's a bad idea, criticize this administration for a policy decision. Don't attack our people for enforcing the law, because I guarantee you go to ICE, there are black people and white people, there are Democrats and Republicans, they are patriotic Americans who are trying to enforce the law. Attack me, lay off of our ICE agents. Yeah, in the blue, all the way, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice President. You called on Tim Walz to resign. Can you lay out the case as to why he should step down?
Well, look, I think Tim Walz should resign because it's very clear either that he knew about the fraud in Minneapolis, he knew about the welfare fraud, or at the very least he looked the other way. I mean, this is not this is not like Lex Luthor, right? This is not movie villain fraud. This is the lowest IQ possible fraud. This is, we're going to take kids, or sorry, we're going to take the absence of kids and set up a daycare center where there are no children, and we're going to call our early childhood education center the Quality Learning Center. By the way, if you can't spell learning, maybe you shouldn't be in early childhood education. But people got rich off of this. We know that there were schools who either had no enrollment or at least they overstated their enrollment. Tim Walz, either it was unbelievable incompetence or he was in on the fraud. That's one of the things we're going to get to the bottom of. Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Can you explain the difference between this Associate Attorney General and a special counsel? And do you envision this being a permanent position or having more of a limited scope?
Well, it's going to be permanent until we get to the bottom of what's going on, so I think it's going to last for at least the remainder of the administration. What's different about it from a special counsel is, if you remember, the Jack Smith case where the special counsel was found unconstitutional, one of the big issues there is that that person was not an appointed person, completely aside from all the other issues that the person was a lunatic and that the case had no merit. There was a fundamental constitutional issue, which is that he had not been appointed by the president and he had not been confirmed by the United States Senate. An assistant attorney general, what that's going to allow us to do is appoint this person, have them confirmed by the Senate. That's one difference. The more substantive difference is that this person is going to be part of a very broad interagency White House that's being led from the President of the United States on down. And that's going to give him the resources, the access to material and information to make this person more effective. I think a lot of people have asked, how are you really going to get to the heart of the fraud? We've been asking ourselves that question for the past couple of months, and we think this is the critical piece at the Department of Justice to really ramp this fraud investigation into high gear. In the red tie, yeah.
Vice President Vance, I wanted to ask, what's your message to far leftist agitators who feel emboldened to obstruct ICE activity in Minnesota and around the country?
Well, I think they shouldn't feel emboldened because now they have an assistant attorney general who is going to prosecute and investigate their fraud and their violence more aggressively than it has ever been investigated in the United States of America. We are doing so much to try to find the financing networks and the domestic terrorism networks that legitimate this violence, that fund this violence, and that, of course, engage in the violence. These people should not feel emboldened because they have, for the first time, maybe in American history, an administration that is not going to tolerate political violence of any kind from anywhere. Yeah.
We made clear today that the entire weight of the federal government is behind these ICE agents and this ICE agent in particular. There is still a federal investigation happening on the ground. Does that mean that they are not looking into this ICE agent at all? They are just focused on the woman who was in the car? What is the investigation if the federal government has already determined that its weight is behind this ICE investigation?
So what do you mean? When you say investigation, do you mean investigation of the shooting yesterday or of the fraud that's happening in Minneapolis?
Yesterday.
Okay, look, DHS, as I understand it, has an investigation already ongoing. I know that other organs of our government are looking at this. So yes, there is certainly an investigation that's happening right now. But as part of the broader fraud investigation, a lot of what we're doing with the Department of Justice has already started. We've got over 1,500 subpoenas. We've got people this morning, actually. We're going door to door to actually knock on some of these fraudulent care centers, these fraudulent social services organizations to get to the bottom of what's going on there. So the investigation in some ways has already been ramping up into the anti-fraud element for at least a few weeks. What we're trying to do is supercharge it and make sure there's a designated person within the Department of Justice who completely controls that particular focus.
Yeah. Just to follow up on that, Mr. Vice President, on the agent, is he still on duty or has he been placed on leave, on administrative leave? And what really was the target of the operation on Wednesday, of the ICE operation on Wednesday?
Well, first of all, it was a legitimate law enforcement operation. We were going door to door to try to find criminal illegal aliens and deport them from the United States of America, because if you come to our country illegally in violation of our immigration laws, then we have the mandate, and in fact, we have the legal duty to enforce those immigration laws. Whether he's been placed on administrative leave, I don't know the answer to that question. I'd refer it to the Department of Homeland Security, and they can follow up. I will say, look, I would appreciate everybody saying a prayer for that agent. Look, in the past 6 months, he has been hit twice by a motor vehicle. One time, the first time, it led to over 30 stitches and very serious injuries to his legs. This is a guy who's actually done a very, very important job for the United States of America. He's been assaulted, he's been attacked, he's been injured because of it. He deserves a debt of gratitude, and I think the media prejudging and talking about this guy as if he's a murderer is one of the most disgraceful things I've ever seen from the American media. Yeah.
Vice President, what is your specific role in the future of Venezuela? And I'm wondering, could you confirm reports that the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, was kept out of the planning for the operations because of her past concerns about military involvement in Venezuela?
So I've heard a couple of things. One, that I was kept out of the planning for the Venezuela operation, that's false. And another, that Tulsi was kept out of the planning for Venezuela operations, that's completely false. Look, we're all part of the same team. And one of the things that is really amazing about that operation is that we kept it very tight to the senior cabinet level officials and related officials in our government, and we kept this operation secret for a very long time. I'm very proud of that. I think it suggests that the team works very well together. Well, looking ahead, what is my role? Look, my role is going to be whatever the president asks me to do. Well, every other day, I'm chairing the meeting that we do on this among White House principals to talk about next steps to try to ensure that Venezuela is stable, and as the president has directed us to do, to ensure that the new Venezuelan government actually listens to the United States and does what the United States needs it to do under our country's best interest. So I'm going to be as involved as the president wants me to be. So far, that's been very involved, and I'll keep on doing that so long as the president asks me to do it. In the purple.
Yes. Even
Mr.
beyond
Vice-
the
who-
war
wait,
powers
Sorry,
resolution.
we'll go purple, and then we'll go
Thank
pink or whatever that is in front.
Royal purple. And then beige. All right.
Okay.
Are there any indications, you talked about the network, are there any indications that the lady who was shot, I know there are different reports from there, her wife said they were new to the area. Are there any indications she may have been a paid agitator, and maybe that there are others that were brought to the area, considering everything that's going on in Minneapolis?
I wouldn't say that she was paid. I don't have the evidence to say that one way or the other. What I do know is that she was violating the law. And if you just look at the eyewitness accounts, they were saying she was there to prevent the enforcement of the law. She was trying to obstruct a legitimate law enforcement operation. That much is obviously clear. The rest of it, of course, is part of the reason why we investigate this stuff. Yeah.
Mr. Vice President, even beyond the War Powers resolution today, Congress has bucked President Trump on issues
One of the vehicles
like
registered to him a GMC Sierra pickup.
Losing his grip on Republicans in the Congress, and what are you going to do about it?
No, I'm not concerned at all. First of all, we talked to some of the senators who were going to vote the wrong way, in my view, on this resolution today. Much of their argument was based more on a legal technicality than any disagreement in policy. If you look at the people who actually voted, every single one of them have supported the administration's plan. Second of all, as the president, I believe himself, has already said, every president, Democrat or Republican, believes the War Powers Act is fundamentally a fake and unconstitutional law. It's not going to change anything about how we conduct foreign policy over the next couple of weeks, the next couple of months, and that'll continue to be how we approach things. Go ahead.
President. So we are seeing, regarding Iran, we're seeing the protests in Iran these days. The cities are begging for help from the U.S. and Israel, naming streets in the city after President Trump. It seems there is an opportunity here that may not come again. Will the United States stand by the citizens of Iran? And if Israel decides to strike again the nuclear sites in Iran, is the U.S. expected to take part?
Well, look, we certainly stand by anybody who's engaged in peaceful protests, anybody who's trying to exert their rights for free association and to have their voices heard. Obviously, the Iranian regime has a lot of problems, and as the President of the United States has said, the smartest thing for them to have done, it was true 2 months ago, it's true today, is for them to actually have a real negotiation with the United States about what we need to see when it comes to the nuclear program. I'll let the President speak to what we're going to do in the future, but we certainly stand with anybody across the world, including the Iranian people, who are advocating for their rights. I'll take just a couple more questions. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Concerning Venezuela, how would you assure the Caribbean region that they will remain a zone of peace? Because some member states in the region are concerned.
Well, look, the president had a very productive phone call with the president of Colombia yesterday, and we continue to talk at all levels of government with a number of our friends in the Caribbean region. I actually think this is really good for peace in the Caribbean, because when you take away a major source of illegal cartel revenue, which is the cocaine trade, the fentanyl trade, other sources of illicit revenue, you actually remove the power of one of the main destabilizing forces in Latin America and in the Caribbean. I really do think, look, we say it all the time, this is the president of peace. One of the ways that you establish peace in your own hemisphere is to make it clear that the United States is going to be respected, that the United States is willing to take power away from criminal cartel organizations and give it to legitimate governments. That's how we see the future of the Western Hemisphere, and we think it's going to be much more peaceful than it was certainly under Joe Biden. I'll take one more question. Go ahead.
Thank you. On Greenland, do you have a message for European leaders? Many in Europe reject the idea that the island could be for sale.
Well, first of all, Secretary Rubio, I believe, is meeting with the leaders of Denmark and Greenland next week, I want to say it is, but maybe it's the week after that. We'll continue to deliver some of these messages in private, some of them in public, but I guess my advice to European leaders and anybody else would be to take the President of the United States seriously. What has he said about Greenland? Set to the side the crazy overreactions that I've seen from the press and from certain people in Europe. What has the President said? Number one, Greenland is really important, not just to America's missile defense, but to the world's missile defense. Number two, we know that there are hostile adversaries that have shown a lot of interest in that particular territory, that particular slice of the world. So what we're asking our European friends to do is to take the security of that landmass more seriously, because if they're not, the United States is going to have to do something about it. What that is, I'll leave that to the President as we continue to engage in diplomacy with our European friends and everybody on this particular topic. And again, thank you all for listening. Thanks for taking questions. And I just ask you, look, this is politics, and often Republicans and get in arguments with the press about things, and I understand that. I think it's really irresponsible for you guys to go out there and imply or tell the American people that a guy who defended himself from being rammed by an automobile is guilty of murder. Be a little bit more careful. We're going to talk about toning down the temperature, which I know the President wants to do, and I certainly want to do. One of the ways we tone down the temperature is to have a media that tells the truth. I encourage you all to do that. God bless you. Happy New Year, guys.
Community safe and has done nothing wrong. Shame.
Shame.
We
4718 to 6-8. Go to RP.
Go ahead. Head up there to the call for me. Good. Edward William Queen, 1673. Clear it in there.
lower. I feel like is that too high of an angle?
Good. We'll be out at the residence with a female now. I can give you the mileage. It's going to be same for starting in. Good. 92849. 92849 for Kelly.
I wouldn't right now. Look, if you want, you can, but all it takes is one person to do
shove it from
something.
behind.
Yeah. And then they spray. Yeah.
No, I think it's just still going on. 100%. That was exactly. Good.
I'm in.
Good.
Have you guys gotten as far as searching and seeing if there was a firearm in the truck yet? Yeah, not out here. Okay. She's given consent, so we'll be going in and looking for it. Your consent is clear on that.
Chevy pickup.
Central from Rescue 80.
Hi.
LCA, obtained refusal. You can close the call for Green Oak.
1412.
1413.
I'm secure, thanks.
Clear.
Go ahead.
Arrival at 21.4.
1414.
Your status?
Zero established.
16, you're broken.
16, we're all secure.
I'm still at St. Central. Cut.
Can I get my number over there, please?
Paper, it's gonna be 161. 161. You're welcome, Bright 16, you were still broken, easy here.
Yeah, we're all secure, no further.
Clear on the no further, thank you.
Service. Have a good night.
There you as well. To 18 or 38, can you meet me over on RP?
Sure. Can you have 18 email an RV? 18, you clear it? You go over RV. For a mediated broker. Go ahead. Lonely West Island. Occurred in the parking lot. Okay. Traffic for average house. Good. David Tom Mary 234. Yeah, we're at GMC Acadia.
Still behind her into the PD. Negative. He continued on southbound. Higher speed. And 4013, our caller does not need contact. Outstanding. For welfare check. Go ahead. 68 Lakeshore Vista, going to be checking on a male who didn't show up for his dialysis appointment at 5 a.m. Last separate messages, no answer. Good enough.
Clear the stop location out the residence.
Alpha 913, stand by for dispatch. Alpha 913 and 31 duty respond. Priority 1 for a fall at Rite Aid, 8701 Western River, 8701 Western River, Brighton City. It's going to be at the probability physical therapy. Be a 78-year-old male, conscious of breathing as well in the bathroom. Out with your tone at 1435. 913, copy. At 1435. At 1435. Alpha 106, respond priority 3 for left assist, 4216 Nicholson Road, 4216 Nicholson Road. Be a 54-year-old male, conscious of breathing, who needs left assist. Out with your tone at 1435. 1435.
Delta 190.
Go ahead.
Could you add me to the fall on West Grand River?
Abram.
Delta 190 on scene.
They're over.
Forty-seven 16 and 68. Yes.
5-year-old female conscious and breathing with a bowel obstruction. I was here told at 1438.
I'm clear. You can show me advice.
Okay. 1438.
President 35 arrival.
Mr. 35 arrival 1438. Engine 32 arrival 1438.
So I'm transporting to Canal from Citizens Clear Court. LCJ invites to get attack check on my departure and arrival. Transporting at 1438. They're not in traffic. Eastbound west of Spencer. Sure, that's me. Spencer. To Nora, Mary Frank 21. Yeah, Silver Accord. Says. This is. Central 47-198, I'll be putting my transport, sir. Clear 1440. Clear EMS.
31 fall at Probability Physical Therapy on Nature Club.
It looks like they're out if they don't need me. I'm at CMS. You can show me quick. Don't clear the address, keep me on the call. Yeah, North March Street, though.
1446.
Let me get this straight. I catch my third.
Delta 1, that's clear.
And 1452.
Roger 32.
Go ahead.
32, back to service, close call.
They're closing all 1453.
For a welfare check. Welfare check at 16130 and 36. Maybe checking on that caller's daughter, going through some alcohol withdrawals. There's alerts on the address. I don't know if those are related today, and we're going to stage EMS.
Across the Dexter Trail in Unadilla. It's going to be for a female going through alcohol withdrawal. How was your tone at 1454?
What happened?
At 1454.
4731 for a motorist assist. Motorist assist northbound, US 23, south of 59, for a tan Escalade in the shoulder side. On the way ahead. 4731, you can disregard. We got it out on the line. They're actually right there, and they'll hang out with them until the gas comes. Alright, thank you.
1603.
515.
Go ahead.
Clear return.
1503. Good. 45 route
1601, cleared for EMS.
Secure for EMS 1505.
Alpha 101, your scene is secure.
101 clear.
1297 status.
Central from 1298.
Go ahead.
Did you ever get a location on 1290?
He's down south. He's still on the board, and I got 1297 that need to check as well.
Okay, I'll check with 1290, just make sure he's all set. Same thing with 97. Stand by. 1290, I'm take care.
Clear. Central on the air patrol information, special gonna be in the area of the log cabin, 5393 East Grand River for a school bus that was stopped in a black pickup truck. Partial plate, XX-ray 59, drove by the bus, going westbound. 1511.
That's 1297, I'm secure.
Clear. 1216 status.
Take care, thanks.
Clear. 1249 status. $47.72 for a suspicious vehicle in Genoa.
Go ahead.
2851 Gloriana Drive in front of building 31. The blue Honda Fit has been parked there since 7 a.m. Male with long, poofy red hair. He was sleeping in the vehicle earlier, now he's not in it. 549, 546 for a PPO violation. Go ahead. 11590 Sumter Drive. Caller's reporting he has a PPO against a female that just threatened to kill him. She came to the home with a moving truck, trying to get her belongings out. We're trying to get enough to run them. Clear. One status. 1601 unsecure. Clear. Central. Good. I'll be clear of the residents around 2 LCSO property. Clear. 546, apparently this is an ongoing issue. The PPO is valid. The male is the one not supposed to be there. The female should be there, living there. He cannot see her anymore. He doesn't know if she left, but he's waiting out front. Fair enough. Centers on the air patrol information, special attention, Green Oak Township, southbound Silverside from Silver Lake Road. For a tan Honda Accord. Unable to maintain their lane with kids in the vehicle. Late given Edward Lincoln King 5971 comes back out of Orion. 1518.
Delta 197 something.
Delta 190, I'm clear.
Thanks.
Central 915, coming back in from the south. Where do you want us?
Have you had Hamburg?
Copy Hamburger.
913. Go ahead. We are at hospital miles 9.3. 1519. 105. Go ahead. 105 is very available. 1519.
Clear 9111 7. You're next. Central on the air, patrol information, special attention, Inter Township, westbound M36 from Crowd Road for a gray Clear 300 occupied by a black male. Pulled a ski mask over his face as he passed recklessly and was tailgating other vehicles. Plate Edward Frank William 3864. No, sorry, record 1530.
Central from 1298, you trying for me?
I apologize, you can disregard.
Clear.
4745 says. Central. You can get us that priority 3 McHugh coming out of Livingston.
Person to your cab.
Thanks. Central, if you can show me on a detail, I'll be away from 912 on that McHugh.
Alpha 103 respond priority 1 for a fall Brighton Township. It'll be at the Brighton Center for Recovery. 12851 East River at the nurse's station. 72-year-old male, conscious and breathing, who fell and hit his head. Out with your tone at 1535. 3 copies. And 1535.
That male's back in the vehicle. Status. Clear.
101 says something. I apologize. Go again.
Thank you.
Go further. Center 913. Go ahead. We are clear from Livingston. Where would you like? 15. Stand by, I'll get you a post. What?
9251 Alpha Collect. It's going to be a 52-year-old male conscious rating 31 for a fall, not alert, detoxing off alcohol. We should survey. I'm looking to get a hold of, any from Sam out, double check. I'll send you a message. Please do, appreciate it.
Top 104 Long Station 6 Harley Nitty Crew. Respond for anyone call. 9251 Rotondo Drive, 9251 Rotondo Drive, across the Colton, Harlan Township. 52-year-old male, constant breathing, who's detoxing off alcohol.
1216 on com. Can you take me off the board out of service? Have a good afternoon.
Clear, you as well.
Go ahead. At 1543.
I'm Della. I'm here to fight for my neighbors. Stand up for our neighbors from this Nazi invasion, stealing grandmas and grandpas from their workplaces, getting out of school.
7:38 on county time, you should have it.
Yes. I don't know. They're here. They're invading our city. They're invading our state. They're taking our resources. They're doing the things that they say that these immigrants are doing to us, using up our resources, hurting our people. They're the ones doing it. We want our people to be okay and be able to be safe in their homes and be safe in their communities. They are they're our neighbors. No, I'll tell you what the confrontation is. Well, you can, it's pretty.
Just advising we're all secure over here, we won't need any checks. Right.
331 Providence, 30. 1347.
7-7. Clear.
Station 31, Bright Duty, and Alpha 8 respond for Allergy Group, Independent Village, 7700 Nemco Way, 7700 Nemco Way in the main lobby. We need 9-year-old female, conscious of breathing, with your tone and thank you for your name.
4772 says.
Securing and observing the vehicle. No need for further.
Clear. $39.34 assist EMS. $7,700 Rockville Way. It's going to be the main lobby of Independence Village for a 99-year-old female conscious of breathing is having allergic reaction to meds. EMS and fire priority 1. Goodbye. Clear, miss.
4731. 31. Slow down the other units, please. He's not on the ground, he's in the chair right here. Clear.
Alpha 104 per PD, you can slow down.
Copy. We're about to launch.
First 61 arrival, moving traffic to 06.
First 61 arrival, traffic 06, 1553.
Dr. Bruce 61.
Go ahead.
Can't provide EMS, let's back to service, close call.
Very close to call, 1553.
$6036 status. Scared. Central for some for flying coming down.
Go ahead.
You can show me out of service. Have a good night.
There. Yeah, copy right now.
Arrival.
Arrival 1555.
3934 for a citizen. Hi. Hi, Tennessee. It's contact regarding somebody that approached her on how to handle it.
Okay.
$1249 for PDA, Brighton Township. Coming in front of Farms Intermediate School, 581 Taylor Road, for partially blocking terrain reserve. $47.58 for PDA, Brighton Township. Eastbound to Spencer, they're not going to be at the parking right on the south side. F-160 versus Town and Country, no injuries. One away, Tom. 57. Hamburg unit says. Okay.
Sure. No further.
Clear, no further.
Go ahead. You with zeros. 1500. 1024.
Back service closing call.
Back service closing at 6 downtown.
Transferring STL 30.
Delta 19 clear. And 1608. Bravo 815. I have an in-county for you with no equipment. Going to be picking by the Brighton going to Livingston. That's 1609.
Central on the air, patrol information, special attention, Green Oak Township, northbound US 23 from Silver Lake Road. For a white Chevy Caprice tailgating vehicles, plate given 5 Lincoln, John, Zebra, 95 comes back on Red Oaks Drive in Howell, 1614.
Wait. 108.
Right on 0.
10-60-15.
Seven 20 at a stop line in Chilson. ZR635 on a white motorcycle.
You got coordinates around times 2. 4728 from Central, you monitoring?
You calling 728?
Negative for 4728.
Get a message to him.
Yeah, can you just let him know we added his email to his pings? He should be receiving them now.
Okay.
Thank you. .6005 status.
Right. 05, I'm good if that was a status shift.
Clear, thank you.
Central 47198.
Hi.
Yes, yeah, I'll be out of service for the night. Hope you have a good one.
Okay, as well. 728 status.
I'm good.
Okay. $47.31 from Central.
Right.
Yeah, CSC report. One only a TX for now off Santa Fe Trail when you free up.
Line like 11 on County Town.
Island like 11 County Town.
Go ahead.
Island 11, you got no voice. Taking out of service. You're out of service. Have a good night.
Bright Rock 1403 on County House.
Great, right, go ahead.
Could you please show me out of service? And have a good evening.
I sure can, useful. Forty-seven 38. You have traffic. No. Click. Seven 28 for a civil standby. Go ahead. 11787 Amberg Road. Looks like there was a bit of a delay, so you should be at the address by now. Brown GMC Sierra. Okay. I'm gonna grab gas. I'll head to that. Okay.
280 E-turn number, 2280 E-turn number on the pharmacy side. We had a 60-year-old male, conscious and breathing, who had passed out. Out with your tone at 1627. $628.
Engine 35 for Spike Mark.
Engine 35 marked at 628. At 628. Alpha 913, stand by for dispatch. Alpha 913 and Station 31, Brighton Duty, respond party 1 for an overdose. 5830 Hartford Way, 5830 Hartford Way, you know it's female who took too much medication. We're getting further up to your tone at 1629. 913 at Station 31 V, priority 3 to stage, suicidal female.
Shot zone, 1033 is overdose.
Delta 190.
Delta 190.
Will you show me en route to the fainting call on East Grand River?
Affirm.
Transport on zeros to Ann Arbor.
At 1630.
Sounds on engine 35, arrival.
Last unit, go again.
Engine 35, arrival.
Engine 35, arrival, 1631. Alpha 915, standby for dispatch. Alpha 915 is Station 8, Green Oak Duty, respond priority 1 for a sec, 8925 Silver Fox Trail, 8925 Silver Fox Trail. Speed for a 42-year-old female, conscious and breathing, who is not responding normally. Out with your tone at 1632.
Now we're talking about.
At 1632.
.4772 for an overdose in Trelon.
Go ahead.
5830 Hartford Way, Genoa Township. Gonna be for a 19-year-old female, conscious, breathing. Took pills and suicidal. She's currently not violent and does not have a weapon. We're gonna be staging EMS and fire.
Clear.
And also it looks like there's another individual that has an alert on the address there too. I'll get you in a second.
Where's the first?
Good.
Alright, what's that do?
There you should have it, thank you. 549 for a medical. Good. That is fair. I see you're unavailable. 546 for the info.
Go ahead.
8925 Silver Fox Trail, 42-year-old female, conscious, breathing, party 1 for not alert.
Clear.
Off 103 status of hospital. I'm sorry, we are clear of journey. That's 1635, and 102, I'm clear, 1635.
Central Engine 33's arrival on Hartford Way, first stage at Hartford and Parkway.
Engine 33 arrival at staging 1637. Alpha 105, respond party 3 for medical alarm, Osceola, 5570 Clyde Road, 5570 Clyde Road is from Argentine. Defer pendant press with no contact, altitude at 1637. Go ahead. I'm actually showing you as closest for that medical alarm. I have 105 coming in case they need ALS transport, but I'm going to send it over to you as well. Sounds good to us. Is clear on the call. At 1638 and engine 81 arriving 1638.
Rescue 80's arrival.
Rescue 80 arrival 1638. 913 stage 1638.
$4719 from Central.
Go ahead.
Hold on priority 3 medical for a pendant press, no contact made, 5570 Clyde Road.
Machine, clear me from this MA and send me the medical, please. Okay, now.
Clear.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I missed the priority. What priority is this?
Priority 3.
Thank you.
510 radio.
Go ahead.
I'm here in Maine with an ambulance if you need me for coverage.
Clear, thank you.
Or we're going to be clear.
1641. Alpha 104, if you can cover Brighton for now.
Copy, Brighton. 510.
Go ahead.
Since I'm off later at name 105, do you want me to follow the private truck? That way you can keep a full ALS for good service.
That works for me. I can send it over to you.
Copy, I'm in route.
105, are you clear, Greg?
5 square. One way is clear.
1642. 104, you're clear for your base. Alpha 104 from Central. You're clear for base.
Copy.
Status.
Secure, thanks.
Clear.
Bravo 815 from Central. I apologize. I forgot to write your out time today. When are you out?
You're off at 2000.
Clear, thank you.
Central from 1298. Good. You take me off, please, and have a great day.
Clear, you as well.
Central Rescue 8, you'll be in service.
Rescue 80 in service 1644. at hospitals when I need them. 1645. Alpha 108.
Go ahead.
Need you party 3 first at Wellbridge, 2200 Door Road. Leave room 314 for a 78-year-old male conscious of breathing with ulcers.
Okay, and out.
1646.
I want to have a lot of the same.
1647. Alpha 104.
104.
Right, please.
Copy that. Central from engine 35.
Delta 190, clear. Engine 35, go ahead.
We're back in service, please close the call.
Clear close now. On 2. At 1648. Central 1249.
Good.
Clear that crash. You can send me that shot something.
Clear, thank you. Good. Okay. If you would, for your EMS know, they can downgrade her. She's on the bathroom floor. She's been down for about an hour. She doesn't really complain of pain, but I just want them to come and check her out and help her get up.
Clear, we'll downgrade him priority 3.
510 copies. We're going to both continue.
At 1653.
Road for a gray Ford F-350, can't maintain the lanes, and missing a back window. Plate of David, Zebra Frank, 1305, 1653.
4012, you confirm that information to me.
Clear. Got about a 3-minute delay on it. That comes back on Sesame Drive and Howell. $728 says. I'm good. Clear. 4736 says. 36 clear. For lost property report. Yeah. 7335 Richardson Road. Caller sent in a firearm for repair. FedEx sent it back to the wrong address. $29.01 says. 2901 is clear. Clear.
Oh, wait, Tom. 1655.
4745, send an EMS.
Clear.
Engine 33 and 913, you're seen as secure.
Engine 33 is clear for making the scene. Exit out. Clear. $47.18. Can you TX my partner, please, for lead information?